ready? Okay. I'll call the meeting to order. All three commissioners are present. It was properly posted on January 23rd. And before we enter into prayer and pledge, I think it's appropriate to pause for a moment and recognize the loss of our public defender who served, I believe, 47 years. And I was thinking that this will be the first commissioner meeting in my lifetime that he was not in the building. So it's just an extraordinary period of time, and a great guy, and his unexpected death was just really rocked this courthouse. And so please continue to lift not only his family up, but his employees who are missing not only a leader, but a friend. And you have our prayer today.
Thank you, Commissioner Mon. This morning, we have a very special guest, Reverend Marcus Lamont Carruthers. Reverend Marcus Carruthers is a member and on staff as a Reverend for St. John Missionary Baptist Church in Northeast Oklahoma City. And he also holds the responsibility for technology initiatives at the church and their school, their associated school. He graduated from Millwood High School, Go Falcons, in Oklahoma City, and continued his education at Grambling State University on a baseball scholarship. He earned a degree in computer information systems. On his journey in life, he is accompanied by his lovely wife, Dione. She has been an incredible friend and helpmate in life, business, and ministry. He considers her an extraordinary blessing from God. They have been blessed with a son, John Marcus. Reverend Marcus has been featured in several quality publications and on radio and TV shows across the country, including Computer World, Essence, The Daily Oklahoman, Northwest Arkansas Times, The Chronicle, and NPR. He has received several notable awards and acknowledgments for his leadership and outstanding community service work, including an award from Governor Frank Keating of Oklahoma, naming February 28, 1996 as Marcus Carruthers Day in the state of Oklahoma. Reverend Marcus believes that a real difference in his life comes from having a real relationship with Jesus Christ. He shares the formula, you plus God equals enough. And with God guiding you in life, your greatest days are yet to come. John 3:16 says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life." One of his favorite Bible scriptures is Matthew 6:33, which says, "Seek the kingdom of God above all else and live righteously, and he will give you everything you need." Getting to know Pastor Marcus Carruthers is like developing a lifelong friend, mentor, and life encourager. He is a kingdom-minded and missional impact player, locally and globally, living a life of success and significance. So, Pastor Carruthers, would you like to come up and lead our opening prayer? You have a good crowd today for your prayer. So if you all would stand with me.
God bless you. What an extraordinary day it is today, and I thank God for you. I pray that God will orchestrate every detail and he'll bless everything that you do. So let's pray. Father, we thank you for this day. We praise your holy and righteous name, not just in this moment, but every day of our life. Thank you for our leaders, God. Bless them, lead them, encourage them, God. Help them make the right choices and do the right things. Bless each person that's here today. And Lord, we will stand on your word. It says in Proverbs 16:3, what has been committed unto you, you will make it successful and victorious. So, Father, we thank you, we praise you, and we lift you up, God. We thank you for every moment, every season. And Lord, we give you all glory, honor, and praise in them all. Lord, we love you. We bless your holy name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. And if you don't mind, we will take this moment and pledge the allegiance. I pledge the allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless you. Have a wonderful and blessed day.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of January 17th?
I'll move our minutes.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to approve the claims?
I'll move our claims.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any change to the blanket? No change.
I will move our blanket purchase orders.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any individual consideration on the consent docket? If not,
I'll move our consent docket.
Second.
all in favor say aye.
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 And before we have this presentation, we have items 9, 17, and 18, which are the ones for bond, and we have bond counsel present. I thought we might go ahead and do that so that the attorneys can go on.
Is our Zach? Oh, hello. Come on up.
Morning, Commissioners. This is the companion item that PBA and OIA have taken action on. This is item number 9, I believe, for the authorization of OIA lease revenue bonds. This is the county beneficiary approval. As we've discussed, we contemplate issuing a series of bonds over the next several years to fund some courthouse security improvements, campus improvements, safety improvements, as well as reserve balance of funds for excess funds if necessary for the jail. So happy to answer any questions. We calendar right now calls for closing of the first series of approximately $15 billion at the end of February, beginning of March.
And on OIA's end, they have done everything necessary that they need to do.
Yes,
Okay. That was my only question.
Any other questions?
This doesn't increase anybody's property taxes or anything of the sort, correct?
That's correct.
No other questions? Is there?
I'll move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And
Thanks, Commissioners.
and
Thank. Is that the only item for this? Okay. Okay.
Kelly work. Oh, there you are. And I see we have at least one of your Finance Authority members, Fred Mendoza, here. I don't know if there are any others that are present to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Kelly Work, and I am appearing before you this morning as counsel to the Oklahoma County Finance Authority. We do have two separate items that are on your agenda. The first is item number 17, which is an application for approval of a proposed bond issue for the Crooked Oak Public School District. As you all are aware, the Oklahoma County Finance Authority is a public trust that has Oklahoma County as its beneficiary. And it was set up in 1983 to be available for conduit financing for industrial development and cultural facilities, healthcare facilities, residential facilities, and then also for educational facilities that serve to benefit Oklahoma County. These financings are, as I mentioned, conduit financing. So the bondholders have to look to the projects for payment. They are not obligations of Oklahoma County. They are special obligations of the authority, again, limited to the specific project and the facilities that are included. So the first item that is on your agenda today, both of these items were approved by the Oklahoma County Finance Authority at their special meeting held last week. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, one of the trustees, Fred Mendoza, is present this morning. If you should have any questions for him. And then in connection with this, the first item, which is the Crooked Oak Public School District proposed bond issue, present on behalf of the school district is Superintendent Brad Richards. And then also present is Mr. Tom Thompson of D.A. Davidson and Company. They will be serving as underwriter on the project. And then Ryan McDonald with Stephen H. McDonald and Associates is the financial advisor on the project. He's present. And then also Stuart England of the Floyd and Driver law firm. They will be serving as bond counsel on the project. And as you see from your agenda, this Crooked Oak bond issue is proposed in an amount not to exceed $24 million. And I'd like to ask Superintendent Richards to come forward and give you a little bit more information about how those funds will be used by the district if this item is approved. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sure you guys know by now what we're doing, but we are going to, our original idea was to get a track for our school. And we're going to update all of our facilities. So we're going to turf our football field, our softball field, update all of our sports facilities. Thank you.
And can you tell us how many students you have in Crooked Oak schools?
Right now, about 1286.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Look forward to working on this project. It's gonna be a good one.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. This next item is an application by the Midwest City Del City Public School District for approval of a bond issue in an amount not to exceed $275 million. And present on behalf of the Mid-Del School District is Dr. Rick Cobb, who is superintendent of the district, and then Zach Robinson with BOCC Financial Securities is also present. They will be serving as a financial advisor on the project. And then again, in connection with this project, Mr. Tom Thompson with DA Davidson and Company, they will also be serving as underwriter on this proposed bond issue. And then Mr. Stuart England, if you should have questions of him, with the Floyd and Driver law firm, is acting as bond counsel on this project. So let me ask, Dr. Cobb is present. Let me ask him to come forward and he can give you some further information about how these funds will be used by the district. And it's a long list of projects.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Mon, I feel like we did this 6 years ago when we did our last lease revenue bond. And in that vein, we're just continuing the progress that we were making at that time. As you all know, Mid-Del is a district that grew up around Tinker Air Force Base, which means in the 1940s it didn't exist. And by 1960 it was huge, and then everything got old at the same time. A lot of this bond is dedicated to upgrading, repairing, replacing facilities. Some of our schools still date back to the 1950s. Epperly Heights Elementary, for example, was built in 1951. You've heard me mention that a few times, that school a few times as well. That school had a total overhaul about 15 years ago. We're doing that with several other of our elementary schools. We are doing a complete replacement of Townsend Elementary School. We have security upgrades throughout the school district, including storm shelters at our 10 campuses that don't currently have them. This bond has projects that impact all of our athletic facilities as well, our performing arts centers. Every campus will be touched by this bond in some way or another. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion? All right.
I will move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We thank you for utilizing this program and helping save the taxpayers money.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly and Zach.
Normally, we have citizens comment before we take action on these items, but there's a presentation by the design firm for the jail, and I think it might be beneficial for everybody. So maybe before citizens comment, if we could have that presentation on item 8, it might answer a bunch of people's questions and concerns. And
I think that's fair.
you feel okay with that? Okay.
Do you have a?
We had just gotten on that call. All these people on there, and I couldn't get up.
It's just good. Yeah. Thursday. So.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Farouk Kareem, Director of Design with Reese Associates. We're the local architects that are part of the design team with HOK. So good morning, Commissioners. Reese and HOK are here today to present progress on programming, planning, preliminary design for the new Oklahoma County Detention Center, as well as some information and analysis regarding the possibility of locating the new facility on land adjacent to the existing Oklahoma County Detention Center to the north. I'd like to start out with just, a personal comment, as a lifelong citizen of Central Oklahoma, somebody who's spent their entire 31-year professional and volunteer career here in Oklahoma County. I just want to express our and my deep understanding of how important this project is to the community and for the community, and the importance of every decision that we make as a project team as part of this process. As I was thinking about kind of where to start and what to say today, I think, the older we get, we learn things in life. And I think one of those things is, sometimes in life you encounter things that you can do, but maybe you shouldn't do. And so I think, we believe that, yes, you can do something north of the current jail site, but it's really not the best option for the county or the inmates or the staff or the community. So I'm going to go back to 2009 when HOK completed a master plan for the Oklahoma County Detention Center. And the first determination was that renovating the existing facility was neither feasible nor practical. The renovation expansion solution utilized the existing 13-story facility. However, the team determined that the existing facility had not only reached its usable life for a county jail facility, but it continues to have a lot of issues and problems, facility maintenance, infrastructure issues, operational issues that are physically inherent to the design and construction of that building, which are just almost impossible to change. Those issues and operational failures, as we know, have risked the safety of the inmates and the county staff for decades. Because of the way the existing facility was designed, there's really no practical way to address those operational planning and infrastructure issues that the facility has had, as I stated. One of the other issues that we looked at and we continue to look at as we think about options in and around the site where the existing facility is there's really no feasible swing space. So swing space is space that we can take a function, put it in, and renovate or replace something else. If we did something with that existing site, what do we do with all the inmates that are in the jail currently? There's just no good solution that's realistic for that. So as sort of a conclusion to that 2009 effort, the determination was made that it would be less expensive to build a new single-story facility on a new site somewhere near the urban core. In 2003, so we're going to fast forward to last year, the HOK Reese team were selected to plan and design a new Oklahoma County Detention Center. And as part of that process, to date, we have evaluated over 14 different sites. And I'm not going to go through all of those sites, but those 14 sites have included the existing site. And it's important to note that we have considered both objective and subjective criteria to every site. No preference was given to one site or another. We evaluated them all equally. As I said, I'm not going to go through all of those sites, but I would like to, if you would allow me, to go through
the criteria that we've used to evaluate those sites. So we have a list of 17 what we think are pretty objective criteria that we've applied to all of the sites, and I'll go through those quickly. So the location in Oklahoma County, the lot size in acres, topography and floodplain, which will then determine the buildable area of the site, the current zoning, the adjacent zoning. So we want to make sure that we understand what's around us and what's allowed by law or zoning or not. We also have looked on every site at proximity to schools. By state law, the current distance radius is 1,200 feet. We understand that at some point in the future that could become 2,000 feet, which would impact the current site. We also looked at distance to the Oklahoma County Courthouse in miles, path of travel to Oklahoma County Courthouse, time to Oklahoma County Courthouse in minutes because some routes just take longer than others. Then we look at the availability, age, and capacity of utilities, water, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, electric, gas, fiber, and others. We also need to determine if there are any easements that impact the usability of the site, right-of-ways, air right-of-ways, noise levels. Some sites have had different governing jurisdictions, whether it's local, state, or in some cases even federal. And then lastly, where possible, we want to address any information that we have on soils conditions because, you know, this is a big building regardless of whether it's a one-story building or a multi-story building. And so that's a big factor in cost as we move forward. So as we evaluated those criteria, we determined the following. And we have some bullet points that are kind of up on the screens. Those bullet points are really just kind of the Cliff Notes version. I'm going to go into a lot greater detail, but it'll kind of follow along with what you see on the screen. So I want to be clear that as we talk about the existing site, we're actually not talking about building on the site where the footprint of the jail is. We would have to acquire property to the north, and I'll kind of walk us through that. The current site as it stands is not large enough, even with the purchase of additional property to the north. We're still working with a very small site. The project would have to be phased, which would take longer, and in turn would cost more. In phase one, a new jail would be built. Phase two, the existing jail would be demolished. Phase three, site features, infrastructure, and new parking would be completed. We know from anecdotal information and recent projects in the area that the soils in the area are pretty poor. That will require deeper, more expensive foundations. The sanitary sewer in that area, again, the jail's been there a long time, and we know that the sanitary sewer in that area of town isn't sufficient for the current location, and we believe will require an expensive lift station. The existing site itself is approximately 8 acres, and there are other adjacent properties kind of around the jail that currently the county doesn't own that the county will need to acquire. We'll cover that in a moment. We would need to acquire property to the north of Robert S. Kerr, and that will have some other implications again here that we'll cover in a minute. All of this would mean that the new facility would be a mid-rise, meaning a 4 to 5 story building. Each story would then have 2 tiers of housing. So what does that mean for operations for the county? So first of all, we believe the site acquisition costs will be greater in this part of town than any other area that we've looked at, just because it's in the urban core. A multi-story building is going to require the use of elevators. That's been a huge pain point for the existing jail. Yes, they would be new elevators, but it's just one of those things that's an ongoing maintenance item. And it's a cost that you would have in a multi-story building that you would not have in a one-story building. A taller, more concentrated facility would also require heavier and deeper piers, adding to the cost. A taller building would require more building skin versus more roof, which is inherently more expensive. Expansion would be complicated. I didn't mention on the agenda earlier that as part of this presentation, we're gonna talk about some preliminary thoughts about just diagrammatic planning, but you'll see in those diagrams ideas and thoughts for expanding a one-level facility. And I think you'll see how it's a lot easier. I think it gives you a better facility in the long run to do that on a one-level facility. There's also less site area for parking, less site area for operational and logistical access to the building, service, shipping and receiving, storage, and a mechanical yard. And those are all extremely important things when we're going to have, you know, a lot of people, over 1,000 people plus in the building every day, all throughout the year. A multi-story facility also limits opportunities for natural light and outdoor spaces for inmates. There are a lot of trends in jail design and construction regarding access to natural light. That's something that's been very important to not only the design team, but to the county, and has been part of all of the conversations that we've had in the preliminary planning and design. And I think that's something that we really don't want to compromise if we don't have to. The existing site is also fully utilized, and construction cannot impede the existing site or disrupt jail operations. And I think one of the things that we've looked at is we would have to be very, very close to that existing building during construction and then also during the demolition. So that just presents some challenges logistically, safety-wise. And then there's also no laydown space if we go in this area. So laydown space is staging area for the contractor. When you don't have that, it just means you're bringing more stuff more frequently to the site. Again, it's another added cost. So even with the addition of the properties to the north, this option will require, as I mentioned, closing a portion of adjacent Robert S. Kerr. So I'll go back to that, and you can see Robert S. Kerr to the north of the jail site. So we would be proposing that between Classen and Chartel, Robert S. Kerr would be closed. That is not an easy or a short-term process. That's at least a 6-month process. Schedule, Kurt's going to talk more in detail about schedule, but schedule is extremely important, and it's going to impact budget as we get further into this.
Let me pause for just
Sure.
a second. Fire Marshal's advised if we could kind of clear the area by the door. You're welcome to come up here closer. Feel free to scoot up. There's plenty of room over here on this side of the room. Go ahead, Farouk.
Absolutely. The other issue that we've looked at is that the county would still need to procure and purchase sites adjacent to the current site for future expansion. Those sites are adjacent to Classen on the west and Chartel on the east for both future growth as well as the required parking that we need. Another consideration is that if we use the existing site, in addition to the site to the north, the county will not have the proceeds of the sale of that property to add to the construction budget for a new jail on another site. So that's just another consideration to think about. And then because of the issues stated so far, we do anticipate significant additional cost increases when compared with other one-story options on clear site somewhere close to downtown. So we think that in this option, it will be more difficult to accommodate a standalone non-incarcerated behavioral care center and apply best practices to that facility. So one of the things that we've presented in past presentations is that in the jail, there will be a healthcare facility, an incarcerated healthcare facility, also a behavioral facility for incarcerated persons. But the plan right now is to have a separate standalone non-incarcerated behavioral care center is what we're calling it, that would be part of a diversion program. And so before you're booked, before you're put in the jail, you have an opportunity to be diverted to this facility to get the care that you need. I won't go into the details of what that means, but some of the best practices that will be a challenge on this downtown site is proximity versus adjacency. So one of the things that is important is that we feel is that it's close, but not necessarily adjacent. So we visited a facility in Nashville that had a beautiful behavioral care center, but it was actually physically attached to the jail. Um, it didn't have opportunities for green space and landscaping around that facility for patients to look out onto. Daylight and views are critically important to that type of care. And I think the more opportunities that we have for natural light, views, daylight throughout the building, both in the middle and around the perimeter, we think is extremely important if we're going to do that type of facility. A new facility on the existing site plus the acquisition to the north also provides limited, if no, on-site, on-grade area of refuge for the inmates. If for some reason there's an event and we have to evacuate the building, that is something that we also look at and plan for in the design and construction of new jail facilities. One of the things that has been a consideration and important to the community, as we know with all of these sites, is proximity to schools. As I mentioned, there was the 1,200 current radius. There's a proposition at the legislature to increase that to 2,000 feet. So I just wanted to note that, you know, this is not 100% exact, but John Rex is approximately 1,400 feet currently property line to property line. We also looked at Emerson Alternative, which is a little bit further away. It's 1,800 feet to the property line. But if that law changes, both of those schools would be within that 2,000 foot radius. And that is basically put a pin on the property line and draw a circle around it. It's not driving distance. As I mentioned, we're going to talk impact to schedule a little bit later, but you know, one of the critical things is we've got some ARPA dollars we have access to for the Behavioral Care Center. We really need to get started planning and designing, and we can't, I mean, we can design it in diagrammatic form, but until we have a site, we really can't start the actual design and construction process for that facility. And so the clock's ticking on that. We've also mentioned several issues that will add to the timeline of the project. You know, every day that we add, as I'm sure you guys are well aware, there's a lot of construction happening and about to happen in Central Oklahoma. We're seeing unprecedented construction cost escalation and increases. We can plan for that, but it's just going to be, costs aren't going to necessarily come down the longer we wait and the further we get into this. So in conclusion, could we build a new jail there? We can, but I think if you consider all the challenges, the impact of the schedule, the costs, it's really, I think, one of the least desirable locations that we've looked at. But I think it was worth going through the exercise, studying it, understanding it, making sure that, you know, we've left no stone unturned. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Kurt. He's going to talk about or start with kind of some theoretical, hypothetical site criteria that has been applied in this programming, planning, preliminary design diagram process.
Thank you, Farouk. My name is Kurt Pardee. I'm principal with HOK. We're the designers, along with Farouk's firm, for this project for you. So I think Farouk touched on the theoretical site items really that are on this page. It's a list of items that are very important to a successful functioning jail site. Utilities, no flood zones. You want a lot of space around the facility so that you can plan for other things that may come in the future. Good access to roadways, access, you know, to be able to get out of there, to transport inmates downtown. You know, good soils so that foundation costs aren't over the top. You know, the low purchase cost. As we all know, cost is very important to all of you and everyone in this room when it comes to this facility. And that goes along with site preparation cost, you know, fairly flat site, that doesn't require a lot of earthwork on the property is very important. Zoning, are there opportunities to rezone the site to work for a county jail facility? Fairly close to downtown so that you don't have to transport inmates 30 and 40 minutes to go to court because the main courthouse is staying down here. Having public transportation close by, and this kind of touches on an issue that I think, makes some people nervous, but, putting a facility elsewhere, I think that we have, your community has a wonderful thing called CJAC that is right now looking at alternatives for, taking inmates when they get released from their jail facility and bringing them to, different alternative places to go so they won't just be released and walking the streets. Looking at that and taking all those things into account, these are really the main issues that are really important as we get this site selected. So also, we've been looking at many different sites, as Farouk mentioned. This is a hypothetical massing diagram that we developed, and I think it's important to understand the value of why we're going to a single-story jail facility. This shows how you can have easy access to different parts of the facility. To explain the diagram a little bit, the dark blue is general population housing. The dark pink or kind of purple color is your behavioral health incarcerated housing. The yellow is the public entrance, the administrative facilities. We are looking at putting a couple of courtrooms out at this site to reduce the number of inmates that are going to be transported to the downtown. We have some staff services space, support spaces, kitchen, laundry. Those are kind of at the back of the facility in the wide area. The intake, booking, assessment process, that's kind of in the rear of the building as well. So that would, could potentially come off of a side street. And then the light purple is the behavioral care center. And I think Farouk touched on that. It's really helpful to have that separated and that enabling us to incorporate as much natural light into that building as possible. And I think, being a one-story building, we envision that the public lobby space and the court area of the building will be a two-story space. So it could be, a very nice looking front facade. And, that's important as we start to find, where is this going to go? And we need to do that as quickly as we can. We have some examples of other facilities that we have done around the country. And, I think that when everyone thinks county jail, they think concrete block and, or poured concrete, and it's just not a nice looking facility. So here are some examples. This one happens to be in Solano, County, California. And it's a single story facility we have done. It has, pleasant entrance. It has landscaping around the perimeters. Imagine this sitting in one of the neighborhoods. It's not, it's not unattractive. It's inviting. It could be any kind of building. It could be many things.
I might interrupt for just a second. The clerk has just advised me that there is streaming available in the room, the conference room right across the hall. They've got a large screen and there's plenty of seats. So if anybody'd like to go over there and watch, you're welcome to do so. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a two-story. Again, simple, but public lobby, public entrance for the building. Would be the front of the building, and so again, it can be something that is not just concrete block. It's simpler. It fits county budgets, which is very important. And so these are just examples. This one's in Douglas County, Colorado. Again, this was a facility that had detention center and law enforcement associated with it. It's a building that is secure, it's functional, and it fits in the area that it's in. This one was on the outskirts of town as well. Here's a two-story front entrance, law enforcement facility and jail facility. This is in Pueblo, Colorado. The piece on the right is the front entrance. It's a two-story. It has the training areas, the administrative spaces for the jail. The piece on the left is the actual detention center, jail facility where the housing is, as well as the medical spaces and the food service and laundry and so forth. Another facility in Georgia. It's a little bit smaller facility. And here's another one in California that, again, trying to create inviting, somewhat simple entry areas to the facility. A lot of visitors come to these places. You have attorneys, doctors, nursing, families, of course, coming to visit folks. And so, making them easily accessible to public roadways and having the ability to come in and feel comfortable in the environment they're in is important. That's another view of that. And finally, one in Stanislaus, California, which is also, this happens to be an assessment release center on that site that has, a simple public entry, but you know where to go. It's just simple, nice jail facility. Next is kind of looking at these diagrams. This is our starting point. We from the beginning have talked about 40 to 45 acres, needing that much space to design this facility. So here we kind of take the components that you just saw in that massing diagram, and this is a plan of it, but it begins to show the parking areas that we'll have for the facility. You've got your front lobby, your public space at the front. We have some staff parking on the right. We have public parking on the left. And we're always showing expansion so that you have the ability to expand in the future if possible. And then also looking at rear entrances to the building for deliveries, food service, food deliveries. When law enforcement brings people to the site, they come to a vehicle sally port, which comes to an assessment center. And we're hoping here that will work and enable people to be diverted to the behavioral care center. Here's another option and just another way of starting to look at that. And this is where we're starting to be. This is where what we're currently working on with the design is, and it's why the site is so important. Depending on the location, the makeup of the site, the shape of the site, we begin to locate the front lobby and administer the public spaces, and then next to that, in this option, we put the behavioral care center up front. So there's just different ways to kind of put this together. We're evaluating this with staff and with the director of the jail now to kind of look at these items and figure out how they best work for your county. So this is just an example of a planning diagram, but looking at roadways on site, expansion in the future, public access, and then secured access into the property. Really important. Just a comparison of the two side by side. We're also looking at different housing alternatives, and we talked about those yesterday with staff, going over direct supervision, but also having the ability to have an eye in the sky so we can reduce staff when possible to reduce operational costs in the building. So that's a very important aspect of jail buildings today. And finally, project schedule. We've been on board since I think it was late summer, beginning to do some planning, looking at all the different properties that have been available so far to look at, and something that's always been at the forefront has been the ability to develop a piece of the project that is funded by ARPA funds. You have a certain amount of ARPA funds that are available for the project. And so keeping on a schedule is really important to enable us to do that. By the end of 2024, we need to have those funds allocated. And so, we've started the design process. We're looking at, the behavioral care center, which would be an ARPA-funded piece of the project. We're also looking at the behavioral health incarcerated spaces really closely now to help us get those spaces laid out. And the hopes are, of course, that we can move those forward as much as possible so that we can get this project to the point where you have the funds allocated by the end of 2024. And bringing a contractor on board soon. I know that's happening. So they will be helping us evaluate the design as we move forward, helping us put pricing to it, and understanding how that fits within the county's budget as well. So this schedule has us developing contract documents for the ARPA funded pieces and allocated bid by the end of 2024. We really need decisions made, on site as soon as you possibly can, and we know that's difficult here. But that really is going to help us stay on schedule. Any questions?
It's very comprehensive. Anything else?
I do want to thank you all and applaud you for making sure that you're meeting with staff who work in the jail currently, our behavioral health care staff in the jail, getting their direct input on how they want it to be designed. I think that's very important.
Thank you. It is very important. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Is there a motion?
I'll move to receive the report.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And you want to go ahead and go to citizens' comment now in case some of these folks need to go.
Sure.
Councilman Michael Dean.
Good morning. Last time I spoke to you at the special meeting, I informed you of some new information that had come to light. That's all the concerns that the citizens of this county had about a new jail being located in their community was emblazoned in a state law. It is illegal to temporarily house sexual predators within 2,000 feet of a school, park, or daycare. The gentleman just said that 1,200 feet, there was a law. That law probably has not been updated with the facts that the 2006 sexual predator law has moved it up to 2,000 feet, which is also the reason why the state legislature is probably moving to put 2,000 feet into state law for him. As an elected official, I'm entrusted to make the best decision based upon the information that is available. I took an oath to do my duty without benefits and to remain loyal to the citizens of Del City. You took the similar oath for your county citizens. You now have this new information that it's illegal to build a jail at 1901 Grand. Getting this wrong will open the county up to a taxpayer lawsuit for wasting taxpayer dollars in purchasing unnecessary land in an illegal location. The Oklahoma Sexual Predator Act does not allow an exemption for a county jail to house sexual predators after its passage. Your current jail location is grandfathered in, even with these other schools that he's mentioned. A new jail location that fails to be 2,000 feet away from a park, school, or DHS licensed daycare would be a violation of the law. 2,000 feet is less than a half a mile. There are alternative sites that you have intentionally not investigated that would meet this 2,000 foot distance. Your administrative assistant stated that you would have to check with your district attorney to decide if this law applies. I do not see it as an agenda item on the validity of this law in the procurement process. This is an open meeting item. I request that the county commissioners decide in public, along with the district attorney opinion, on whether you intend to house sexual predators next to Trosper Park and within 500 feet of schools and daycares. You have made a few items public knowledge for what you're looking for in a potential jail location. Shouldn't the requirement that schools, daycares, and parks be no closer than 2,000 feet from the property edge be an additional requirement instead of what we just were told was 1,200 foot? When a property is not suitable for a jail site, you do have the power to stop accepting lower bids on a property without putting it back on the agenda. Remember that you are the buyer. You have an obligation to make the best decision based upon all available information. You can go out and find and actually make an offer on properties. You don't have to just accept the few properties that's been submitted. Thank you.
Representative Andy Fugate.
Thank you. 47 years ago, my parents moved to what I refer to affectionately as a suburb of Del City. I refer to it that way because that's the way it feels. For decades, I have watched as other parts of Oklahoma City got aquatic centers, major parks, senior centers, bike lanes, rapid transit, but not us. In the Del City suburbs, OKC has one neighborhood park, and that happens to be in the backyard of a Mid-Del public school. And while other parts of Oklahoma City have flourished, we have been abandoned. My neighbors and I fought for decades just to get a couple of sidewalks to protect the people who walk on our 4-lane roads. Our signature improvement in that area from Oklahoma City is what we call Trash Mountain at 59th and Bryant. We do have one major park in that area. It's Trosper Park, and Oklahoma City can't keep it safe today. I can't imagine what's going to happen when we have folks released from a jail who'll start walking over there. We have abandoned shops on the Oklahoma City side of things, and we have abandoned strip centers. We have no proposed TIFs or other kinds of development. And today we are here once again like it's Groundhog Day. And I'm not sure what's worse, hearing another call from the governor for the same damn thing at the Capitol, or hearing that this has been added back after this council or this commission has repeatedly decided we didn't want to have it there. If you draw a circle on this address, you will see that half the radius, half of it, is in Del City. And the majority of the Del City side is a densely populated residential neighborhood. Just a short walk away, you'll find elementary schools, daycares, park, tons of porches and backyards. And as an older neighborhood, we have tons of trees and shrubs, places where people can hide. What you won't find in that area is public transportation. We are talking about releasing people who are with untreated mental health issues and desperate addicts. What could go wrong? The Oklahoma City Police Department has its headquarters next to the current jail. At 1901, the closest OKC PD substation is miles away at 89th and Santa Fe. We heard about John Rex and Emerson Alternative School. Those students don't walk to school. Ours do. We're talking about pre-K through 5th grade kids who will be out on the streets with these folks. We don't have the tax base in Del City to hire enough police to police this area. I'm told, in fact, that the entire Del City budget is smaller than just the Parks and Recs budget for OKC. The current jail opened over 30 years ago. This is another 30-year decision. It's not an easy decision, but price should not be the factor in this. Preying on a tiny community is simply wrong. It's always wrong.
Okay.
Okay. We have the general manager of Stockyards, Jerry Reynolds. The general manager of Stockyards, Jerry Reynolds. Right. Let me know if he comes back in. School board member Gina Standridge.
Morning. Back again. I'd just like to say that I have been coming since September. Beg, borrow, and pleading for you not to build this on the backs of our kids. We've given 100 reasons why. You've taken it off, you've put it back on. It appears midweek, mysteriously. Number one, your favorite location or top choice was the airport. It comes off. There's another choice that is just around the corner, 74th and Rockwell. You have 160 acres to play with out there. You put it at 19th and Grand, it will crush two small, struggling communities, Crooked Oak and Del City. Why do you want to do that? They struggle. We have struggled to make progress since the tornado. Our population has gradually gone down and down and down. You do this and it's going to go further down. On top of that, you put it there, you are enforcing the pipeline to the jail system in those communities Why are you going to do that? Our first best practice in schools is safety first. Do not put that thing that close to us. You're going to destroy our communities.
Jerry Reynolds. Jerry Reynolds.
Sorry, I didn't hear you want to go. There's a time delay in there.
That's okay.
Jerry Reynolds, President, Oklahoma National Stockyards. Thanks for having me again today. I don't know how many different ways I can say to you guys that we're not interested in selling our property. I don't know how many different ways I can talk about our $1 billion economic impact for the community, not only to our local area, but the state, region, nationally. We provide jobs for 130 families. The ecotourism impact that we have on the community is huge as well. Someone comes into our facilities, drop off cattle, whether they're at the fairgrounds, we give tours, people go to cattlemen's, all these things, all that impact is huge on our what we provide to the community. I want to talk a little bit about the school situation. You guys have discussed a time or two that you don't want it near school, and I respect that. I don't know what the appropriate distance is from the school. I think I've been told that 1,000 feet is the minimum state standard at this point. There's a proposal, I think, in legislature to make that 2,500, basically half a mile. I don't know what the appropriate time frame is, but our distance is, sorry, but we've got schools in our area as well. So we have a school 7/10 of a mile at this point from us. I just want to make sure if the school factor is in play, it should be in play for every district across the board. Should be equal. If that's 1 mile, if it's 2 miles, if it's 5 miles, that standard needs to be set across the board. Again, we are not interested in selling. So outside of that, eminent domain seems to be the only other factor that could be pursued at that point. Are you guys willing to hang your legacy as commissioners on the fact that you potentially displaced 8 different viable businesses for this community and open the can of worms of having eminent domain being the way that this was approached? Eminent domain is a very, I'm going to say this, that should be the last resort. If there's no other place that this thing can be, we would understand that. We would understand progress. But there's multiple options. To my knowledge, there's not many, any of, I don't want to speak for our neighbors, but there's not any of us interested in selling. But if there are, that's fine. That's a property right. But if you go and take the property away from people that are not willing to sell, you've affected one of the most basic sacred property rights of our state, and that's property ownership. If our land can be taken away with our economic impact, with the number of jobs we provide, what chance does the guy stand that owns a 3,000 square foot lot and a $70,000 home in our neighborhood? That guy doesn't have any impact. So I just want you guys to think long and hard about what kind of precedent this sets if eminent domain is a process that's taken to take this land to build a jail. Thank you.
Mayor Floyd Eason.
Hello, commissioners. The first time I came to one of these meetings, we had a pretty good turnout from Dell City. There were quite a few people from Dell City, and I was proud of my community. I am proud of my community. And today, you look around here, would everybody from Dell City raise their hand? Look at this. Dell City. I suppose I should thank you guys for uniting us, but we are united against the location of the jail on Grand Boulevard. It looks to me like your cause, your position is weakening. You have voted this site down at least 3 times. Is it more? Was it 4 times or 3 times? How many times has this commission voted this site to be taken off the list? And everybody on the commission has voted to take it off. What keeps changing? Why do we keep coming back? If you vote to strike it from the list and within a week it's back on the list, then what is the power of your vote? What are you showing everybody about how faithful your vote or how strong your vote is when it won't even last a week? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pan Finch.
Hello, Council, or Commissioners. I'm here for the people of my community. My people, my community. We are good people that work hard for what little we have. If this jail is built at 1901 East Grand, you will kill our economic growth. You will decrease our already struggling property values. You will put our children at risk. Crime and injustice will seep into our community. No, it's not in our city, but it will affect our city. Yes, the jail is close to 2 charter schools. It was their choice to build there. It is not our choice for this jail to be there. Where the jail is now, there is a constant large OKC police presence. We don't have that. Plus, the courthouse is downtown. That is so much easier to get those prisoners there. This is not about making a developer richer to rebuild at the current location or expand Oklahoma City's economic growth, because it will destroy ours. It shouldn't be about the money. It should be about the people. That's why y'all are sitting in this chair. We, the people, voted you there, and we want you to take care of us. ARPA funds are for the mental facility. Work on that mental facility. Get those ARPA funds. $50 million is a lot for a city. Let's get that taken care of. But this jail can go somewhere else. The jail is not 3, 6, or 10 miles from our community. It's within 2 miles of 9 schools. That's a big effect on our community. Thank you, Carrie Blumhart, for standing up and voting no every time. But I do know every one of you commissioners have voted no. Please keep it that way. The gentleman earlier said that the jail was evaluated in 2009. That was 15 years ago, and it's taken that long to find a suitable site. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Councilwoman Claudia Brown.
Hello again, commissioners. I'm at this point, like last time, I'm frustrated. I'm upset. I feel completely betrayed. I feel like this is really an attack on our city. There was a point where I felt like you guys were listening. I was really, really impressed with you saying you're voting no because you're not going to let Oklahoma City tie your arms back. You voted no. I don't know. Maybe it was just for show. You have continued to do so, and I really, really do appreciate that. But I still want to know why it's still this position. Why is it this address? I'm starting to feel like we're getting attacked from all angles, from the city, from the chamber, from all other entities that have way more dollars that might be invested in Oklahoma City, that have more interest with Oklahoma City than they do with us. Our community will fail. And I don't think anybody really understands that. Our community will start to crumble. And I think that there's an elitist view that says, well, because Oklahoma City, they've done so well. They've grown so wonderfully because there's a jail right there. It's taken them 30 years, and they have got a lot of money, and they have got a lot of pockets and a lot of dollars that have gotten invested in that community, but not in ours. Again, like someone else has stated, Trosper Park is a mess, and you guys haven't done anything with that. Trosper Park is terrible. The golf course, there's Trosper Golf Course. When was the last time anything was invested there? And again, I did contact some golf course people to see what are their opinions about this. They don't want it there, but at the same time, they are not allowed to say anything because who picked all of the board committee members for the golf course people. It's all Oklahoma City. Mayor Holt picked them all. Who is silencing people? And luckily, Del City, we are proud, we are strong, we are finally together. But what is it? Why is it this community? Is it because we're poor? Is it because you don't like us? Is it because, we're a lot of brown people? Tell me why. Why does it come back? Carrie, you, my sweet, sweet friend, you voted it off and you know exactly why. How can you not help these two understand that? Help them understand that. Miles, you knew. You said, I will not let Oklahoma City tie my hands behind my back. I will make my own choice. And you know that this is not the right spot, but there are bigger dollars that are more important than us. And I see your little hands, Mr. Mon, and I so appreciate the communication that you have had with my city leaders. But a lot of time we get so many different answers from you guys. Different from you. And at the same time, we always kind of get this feeling like, oh, well, maybe it's not going to be us this time. Maybe they are going to pick somebody else. But no, you guys have decided to stick us against the stockyards. I don't want to fight the stockyards. But it seems to me that cattle is way more important than us. And why is that? We've got a huge floodplain, and people, oh, no, we don't care about floodplains. Oh, because land is just so soft over there. We are soft too. We've got water plains, but we also have schools and children. Schools and children. At this point, what else can we do? What else is there to do? I will continue to speak, and I will be up here as long as I need to be. And I will continue to come up here, and I will continue to take more than my 2 or 3 little minutes that you give me, because I am upset, and I'm over it. And I really believe that you guys are playing with us. You guys are using us as pawns. One time you voted no, then you come back. One time you voted no because he wasn't here, and then we come back. It's almost like you guys are playing games together. You guys both know that she's going to be a no. Come on, guys. Who are we playing here? I don't want to fight the stockyards. I don't want to fight anybody else. It needs to stay where it's at. I do really believe that you guys have got to continue to get those metrics. How much is it going to cost? If you do put it at 1901, you guys are already talking about bringing in transportation, putting in a hub there, putting in more beds, keeping people that are released overnight. If the bus isn't there because the bus is going to stop at a certain time, then you're going to create a whole little space just for them to sleep there, and then you can release them in the morning. That's not that. And where is that going? What money is that coming from? Does Oklahoma City taxpayers know? Is it still part of the ARPA? At this point, again, I'm frustrated. Thank you for your time. I will continue to be up here.
Councilman Scott Tatum.
I'm Scott Tatum, councilman for Del City. I really like you commissioners, I really do, but we have got to stop meeting like this. All joking aside, this is a very serious matter, and I want to touch on what my fellow councilman Michael Dean said earlier about the sex offenders. I have the statute here. Oklahoma State Legislature put special rules about sex offenders close to parks and other facilities, and I've made printouts for you. I'd like to give those to you if possible. Basically, it says that it is unlawful for an offender to reside either temporarily or permanently, and to me that means anytime, within a 2,000-foot radius of any public or private school site, educational institution, property, or campsite used by an organization whose primary purpose is working with children, a playground or park that is established, operated, or supported in whole or in part by a homeowners association or a city, town, county, state, federal, or tribal government, and a licensed child care center or family child care home. Trosper Park, a park operated by Oklahoma City, is within 2,000 feet of the proposed location on Grand. Little Harvard Learning Center, 2101 South Bryant, is a property whose primary purpose is working with children, is also located within 2,000 feet. In a previous profession of mine, I worked for the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, and I saw firsthand man's inhumanity toward his fellow man. I look at these beautiful pictures of these proposed facilities in California and et cetera, and they're beautiful. It'd be wonderful for a college campus or whatever. But you have to remember, these people inside the jail are, for lack of a better term, some are very evil. Some would slice your throat given the chance, okay? We have to take that into account. My home is within 1.5 miles of this proposed location. How would you feel if the jail was within 1.5 miles of your home? I don't know how many times I have to say it. I am adamantly opposed, not just for myself, but every citizen in Del City. This is not a good thing, and I think the community stands behind me. Am I right, community? Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Thank you. Thank you. So please, commissioners, take a little more time to consider this. I don't envy you the decision you have to make. It's going to be bad for somebody. Don't let it be bad for Del City, please. Thank you. If I could approach, I'll give you a handout for each of you.
Superintendent Rick Cobb.
I'm sorry, can I make a comment before Dr. Cobb comes up here? Thank you. You all know that I fight very hard for you to have public comment. And all commissioners, we all, it is your right to be here. It is your right to share your opinion. And we all very much support that. I will fight all day for folks to come up and give public opinion. And if we have to sit here for 4 hours, we will listen. But when you speak about the people inside our jail, my friends have been in that jail, and they are not evil people. They are people like you and me. I cannot sit here and listen to us just scream and shout about how awful those people are. Everyone in here has had a friend or a family member in jail. Okay? So please, please keep that in mind when you are speaking. This is not directed at one particular person. I've been thinking about it the entire time we've been listening. And again, you have every right to be here. You have every right to speak about your opinion and where you think this jail should go. Okay? We're going to sit here and listen. But please keep in mind the people in our jail are just people. And yes, many of them have severe mental illness and they need help and they need treatment. Okay? So just please keep that in mind. Maybe pretend they're all standing here, the folks inside the jail. So I had to say something. I had to say something. So, okay, Dr. Cobb.
Carrie, thank you for that reminder about the humanity involved in this conversation as well. And I want to thank all of you for being patient. And as you said, you'll sit here for hours and hours of public comment. I think all of us who paid for parking, it's always a crapshoot to know how much we're paying for, and I'm watching that clock over there because mine's about to run out. Other public bodies have limited the number of people who can comment to 7. And I don't think that is an earnest effort to accept public participation. So again, I commend you for that. One thing I can say is today, having had other business before the board this morning, I considered not putting my name in for public comment. But I also know that you're going to look at that business and what I have to say about the jail separately because you have integrity. And if I don't speak about the concerns that I have about the jail, then I don't know that my integrity is completely intact as well. You've heard all of my reasons, but I really want to just point out that for months now, the community of Del City and Mid-Del Public Schools as a whole, I have 2 school board members here with me who keep coming on their own time. This is a very passionate community. Del City, Mid-Del, we really care about our neighborhoods. We care about our schools. We care about our identity. And that's what this comes down to in a lot of ways. As Ms. Standridge mentioned earlier, since the tornado in 1999, our school district has lost population or has lost enrollment, most of that on the Del City side of the school district. And it's directly related to that. Economic conditions have been improving in Del City in a lot of ways over the last decade or so. The city of Del City completed a TIF that created economic development along Sooner Road. And Del City did that investment. And they did it in a way that held the school district harmless. Not every TIF that I've been a part of or that I've seen has done that. That's commendable. The people in this community really care about who we are and what our identity is. Public transportation, I think that's something that is sorely lacking. I appreciate the designs. I appreciate all the thought that goes into looking at how and where to construct a detention center. You mentioned Douglas County. You showed some images from Douglas County, Colorado. I'm friends with the superintendent in Douglas County, Colorado, and I could ask her about that. I haven't had a chance to, but I did a Google map search of that detention center. It's not anywhere near a neighborhood. The nearest neighborhood is across Interstate 25. It's not near neighborhoods like the one here. You talk about John Rex and how close that is to the school. John Rex chose to put a school, the creators of John Rex Charter School chose to locate close to the existing detention center. So I don't think that's on the county to move it away from schools that have made that choice. It's still not good to have a jail close to a school. Jail was there first, and the jail has to be somewhere. We've heard over the last several months, people from other communities, this location is 3 miles, 6 miles from schools. We're not talking any distance like that. I don't care if it's 1,200, 1,500, 2,000 feet. It's just not. Distance to a school is only one consideration. I'm talking about the distance from the kids walking to school, walking to and from school, half a mile. And that is a huge concern, especially when we have the assurance that public transportation will be considered after the fact. And as far as pitting us against the stockyards, I just think it's a false choice. It's a false binary choice. There are more than two locations that are viable. I agree with everything that he said about eminent domain. It's a horrible thing to even consider. The stockyards are a jewel of the Oklahoma County community. I mean, it's not something that should be considered, but neither should the location on Grand, as close as it is to Del City, as much as it impacts our schools and the economic viability of one of the smallest and most most affected municipalities in all of Oklahoma County. And I hope you'll consider that. Again, thank you.
Kyle Gandy.
Good morning, commissioners. Each person here is not representing one person. Each person here is representing many, many people. I'm here representing 22 of my family members that live in Del City. I'm a fifth generation resident of Del City. I'm the fourth generation resident of Del City, raising the fifth generation residents, the future residents of my city. My 98-year-old grandmother lives about 1,500 feet from where this jail is going to be built. Each time I have a conversation with her, she's crying because she's wondering, what is this going to do to her community? Her Representative Fugate mentioned that half of the radius, if you draw a circle around the jail, half of that radius is in the city of Del City. It's not the city of Del City. It's not the commercial areas of Del City. It's not the it's not the industrial area of Del City. It is a residential area. There are I haven't done the count yet. We should probably do that. You should probably do that as part of your metrics as to how many houses are located within 1,000 feet of this jail site that you're proposing? How many of these homes values are going to go down? It doesn't really matter. I was way more prepared, but I got emotional. I'm sorry about that. This is something that will destroy our community. And I understand that there are people in there that are not evil. I understand the people in that jail. Everyone makes bad choices. We all know someone that has made bad choices. There are people in that jail that have continued to make bad choices, will continue to make bad choices, no matter how much help we give them. Those are the people that we're worried about. I understand they're not all bad, but those are the people that are going to get out of that jail at 12 o'clock at night, 12:05 at night, just like they currently do, and are going to walk our neighborhoods because they've got nowhere else to go. There's no guarantees that they're going to be able to get anywhere that they need to get help. Any social program that might help them is not located in the city of Del City, is not located off of Grand Boulevard. We're talking about the diversion hub that is currently, what, a mile from the jail location, a mile and a half? You're talking about moving them, I haven't done the math, but it's probably in the range of 3 times the distance from the diversion hub. Just consider what you're going to be doing to this community. Consider the residents, consider the children that walk out of those homes to walk to school in the morning, and the fact that they're going to be looking at that jail, wondering, some of them, am I going to end up in there someday?
Michelle Wiggs.
Good morning, Commissioners. I do not reside in Del City, but my daughter and granddaughter attend a school in Del City. I became aware of this issue last night at 9 o'clock when I came home from work and was going through my emails. The school sent an email out, so I took off work and here I am. I think it's important to represent my family and the children. I've never attended a meeting, so I'm glad to be here. I do not want my taxpayer dollars going to a facility that increases aesthetics or makes something more comfortable or inviting, which are terms I heard describing the jail. I want, excuse me, I want my community and my school to be aesthetically pleasing, comfortable, and inviting. I've heard safety mentioned multiple times. That's why I'm here. That's my hill. That is my hill. My children, they're my priority, and the safety of all the children in the community is why I'm here. There are many avenues to talk about financial. I'm sure that rabbit hole's pretty deep, and there are other areas to go, but I'm here for safety. It's one of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Safety. The homeless population on Grand is already an issue. Homeless foot traffic through the parking lot of my children's school is a weekly concern of mine. I'm just wondering how that foot traffic would increase with the school in such close proximity to our neighborhoods and school. I was unaware that there's a new proposal in legislation to increase the zone of safety from 1,000 to 2,000 feet. Maybe it's a call to action for all the stakeholders in here to contact your legislatures and increase that proximity. I don't think 2,000 feet is acceptable. I will be contacting my legislatures also. There's one population of stakeholders I do not see represented, and that's the students and the children. On my way to drop my children off this morning, I mentioned to my daughter, what would you think about a school or a jail next to your school? She said, that's dumb. So I wonder if anybody has asked students or children what they think. I understand the market research and things that went into the proposal, and you asked inmates, you asked employees, but did you ask the other stakeholders? So thank you for your time.
Yes, Eddie.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm here preeminently in the interest of detained people in Oklahoma County, as I've been doing this for the last 5 or 6 years. I'm not an architect, and HOK are my good friends. I like these guys, and they got a good heart. But I do have a law degree, and when I present an argument, I got to support it with facts. And I didn't see any facts today. If you're going to talk about increased cost, then tell me how much it costs. If you're going to talk about it's more expensive, tell me how much more expensive. If you're going to talk about you're going to have to acquire more land, tell me how much more land. That was a hatchet job. It wasn't balanced. I didn't hear anyone say, this is actually the advantage downtown. I heard all disadvantage. That's a hatchet job. And I love you guys, but that was a hatchet job. But I appreciate, huh? Excuse me, I'll address who I want.
No, when you speak, you need to address the.
No, I'll address who I want, Carrie.
You need to
I'll
address the
address who I
county
want, Carrie.
commissioners.
Okay.
You represent me.
And
You
when
represent, and you
when
work
you
for
come
me,
speak,
and you work for these people. Hold on, is it my public speaking or yours?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Let me tell you something. You work for everyone in this room.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, well then why aren't you communicating to us as well as these two gentlemen are? Has anyone in here spoke to Carrie Bloomer in the last week about this? Who's spoken to these guys? They're communicating. You're not. Don't get started with me. Don't get started with me. Unbelievable. I'm going to try to stay on topic right now, and we'll finish this later, but that's ridiculous.
Okay.
For you to talk to me. What's up?
Let's try to. We got a lot of people wanting to speak.
Yeah. The downtown location was not supported with the advantages. Last time I spoke with Bob Rabbits, he said downtown is the only way to go. Isn't that right, Representative Lowe? Well, people want to talk about his name today, and he said downtown's the only way to go. He also said that we are judged as a society not by how we treat the best of these, but the worst of us. That's how we're judged as a society. And I'm sorry to Del City that you all have been unfortunately put in this situation by the poor leadership by the county commissioner of District 1. But she ain't got your back behind closed doors. I've been in those closed doors. She tells me she's got other communities to represent, namely the white community in North OKC, namely the rich people that represent downtown. I know who she's not messing with Del City to the extent that it might risk her reelection. Y'all ain't got money. Y'all ain't got money like them.
Okay, Robert Kuhn. Robert Kuhn.
I hope this is a pleasure for me to talk. My name is Robert Kuhn, and I live on the corner of 21st and Bryant. So this location that you're talking about is steps away from where I live. And I have lived there for 47 years. So I have an investment in this area. It's not somebody that's just came here with 3 or 4 years ago. 47 years I've helped Del City to try to do my best to make that a proud city. And the last time that Oklahoma City or Oklahoma County had anything to do with that part of town, they put in Hamilton courts. And you know what happened to that. So I'm proud for the people of Del City and area to come up and voice their opinion, because this is too important not to speak up. And the gentleman that was up here at the very beginning went over the criteria, and you can't tell me, I'm looking at each one of you, you can't tell me that one of the criteria, you won't say it out loud. Anybody in public office won't say that out loud. But I can tell you one of the biggest criteria is that area is a low economic area. Oh, well, those people, let's put it there. My question to you, do you want a jail in your area right next, close to where you live? And I know what that answer is too. In Dell City, since the last 7 or 8 years, have made vast improvements in that community. I've seen it. And I want it to continue. By building that jail there, it would destroy a lot of what we've already built in Dell City. I love Dell City. I could have moved a number of times. I'm a retired educator from Epperly Heights. But I choose to stay there because I like that area. We have a lot of elderly people, and talking to them, they're concerned. So there's a variety of different, there's so many reasons not to have it there. And that's what I don't understand. If you have that jail built, I can imagine, and I don't know this for a fact, but I can imagine along 15th Street from Bryant down 15th Street, you would see a string of bail bonds from stores or offices. And I certainly don't want that. I walk that neighborhood. I care about that neighborhood. In fact, I will go out there quite a bit on Bryant from probably 20th Street to 23rd Street, 24th Street. And I will pick up the litter along the curbs along Bryant with the traffic going through, people throwing stuff, and even going to the dump there on by the interstate, because that's how much I care about that community. So I hope you make the right decision and just coming over here. If you want me, I will go with you. I will point out personally a couple areas that I think you could build that jail. And I'd be more than happy to go with you and point those out. So I hope you have a good day, and I hope you're listening to us. That's all I'm asking.
Dr. Kevin Hill.
Good morning. Clock has started, so let's go ahead. My name is Dr. Kevin Hill. My family and I moved to Dell City in 1976. It was a quiet bedroom community outside of the OKC at the time. When I graduated from college in 1985, my goal was to return to my community and serve the people of Dell City. This has been accomplished by being a mentor, coach, teacher, principal, and pastor in the Dell City community, where a new jail could be built on 19th and Grand. Dell City has changed dramatically since moving there in 1976. We still have hardworking, dedicated, and supportive families that serves as a positive infrastructure for our community. The thing that has changed in our community is called poverty. Poverty opens up the door for other negative societal areas to expose themselves. There are several large neighborhoods east of this proposed site that feeds into this largest elementary school in Dell City. There are currently 663 students at Epperly Heights. Their racial demographics vary, but one thing they all have in common is that they all are considered 100% poverty according to Title I standards and qualifications. Over 2/3 of our state's and nation incarcerated population are minority and poor people. Why would you put a jail in the backyards of the same people who are trying to fight this stigma? Our children need to see visions of hope instead of a daily reminder of the sins of past generations. School safety is also a concern for all. Why would you add to this problem? Our community deserves better. Who's going to take responsibility, not if, but when a tragedy happens? I spent 28 years as a coach, teacher, and principal at Epperly Heights. That school that we're talking about. Many of these students already deal with terrible physical and emotional scars from trauma inflicted on them by those who were supposed to protect them. Adding a new jail in our community now socially compounds this problem. I can't imagine the students at Epperly Heights for years to come looking at a new jail in the distance while walking home or playing on the playground. Please help us protect our children and community by taking this proposed site off the list. The time that on the heels of Dr. King Day, the time is always right to do the right thing, he says. But I want to go further. It serves as a reminder that regardless of circumstances or the external pressures we may face, I feel that you all are facing some external pressures with this. We should always strive to do what is morally and ethically right. Don't sell your soul at the price of a cheap piece of land. Thank you.
Albert Austin. Albert Austin.
Thank you, Commissioner, for hearing me. I was here before and asked you just to vote no. This morning I came hoping I would hear some answers to questions. The Dell City community is concerned about a lot of things, and I don't hear any answers to some of our concerns. There are unanswered questions about how the coming and goings from this detention center will affect our neighborhood one block away. There's always this, we'll provide buses, we'll provide transportation, nobody this. They're just answers. They're not answers thought out, and no cost has been applied to them. And there's questions about how much police protection Oklahoma City is going to provide. When the closest facility is miles away right now, it's going to cost something to build one closer by. It costs somebody to staff it, somebody to operate it. No answers. There are unanswered questions about how this location will potentially harm our economic development in Dell City. Several people mentioned that. No answers. No apparent study been done about that. There are unanswered questions about the effect the facility have on home values in Dell City. I've been there since '96. I do not want the value of my home going down. But from what I've heard and the innuendos in this meeting, I suspect it will. And again, no studies. What effect do you all think it's going to have? It will have an effect. There are unanswered questions concerning Dell City's economic development. We have a 20-year plan in place right now. I just got started on it to lift our city up, make it a better place to live. I'm part of a neighborhood watch, and I'm very proud of Dell City, and we try hard to keep our neighbors safe, secure, and viable. What's this going to do to our sales tax if our economic development is stifled? We depend on sales taxes for our city services, our fire departments, and our police department, okay? Who's going to replace that? You can't. There are also answered question about some serious consideration being given for location away from the central city location. That was brought up just a minute ago. Why not downtown? Been there for years, okay? There's property available. There are alternate plans. And again, the show this morning was just about why you can't. I didn't hear anybody say the good things about the downtown location. Obviously, there's less traffic. There's no need to produce a new hub to move prisoners around. The police department is already downtown. The courthouse is right next door. All kinds of reasons why it should stay right where it's at. Unanswered questions. That's all I hear is unanswered questions. Thank you for your time.
Milana Branch. Milana. Okay. Did I say your name right? I'm sorry, Milana.
Hi, I'm Milana Brocht. I've met you before in the past at Shine. Thank you for what you do with Shine. I represent over 2,400 women who are mothers in the Midwest City and Dell City area with my platform, Midwest City Moms. I have 2 children that attend Destiny Christian School. And on the way here from drop-off, I decided to drive to the new jail site. And it took me less than 2 minutes. That's from drop-off. That's less than a 15-minute walk. These inmates will be transported, they will be delivered, they will be released from this location, from some of the most important people in my life. Since hearing about the proposed jail sites, we at Midwest City Moms have fought and sent emails and raised our voices that we vehemently oppose the jail in the eastern portions of Oklahoma City and eastern Oklahoma County. This is a danger to our children, our property value, and could potentially collapse and overwhelm our already limited social services systems. We are thankful, Ms. Carey, for the efforts of the correction system in Oklahoma, and we recognize they meet a valuable purpose. We want those in corrections to be restored, rehabilitated, reunited with their families in health. We do want that. But it cannot be at the expense of the safety of the innocent. I recognize that you are weary of hearing "not in my neighborhood." I cannot imagine how difficult it is to try to appease and take care of this county. And I'm not saying that I don't want this in my neighborhood. I'm saying that we can't have this in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is not equipped for the needs of this institution. Since 2013, I've worked in poverty alleviation and sustainability with the Bridges Out of Poverty across the state of Oklahoma. I don't know if you've heard of it. I'm intimately aware of our current social welfare systems, especially in EOC. In my professional opinion, the Mid-Del area and eastern Oklahoma County are not equipped to support or rehabilitate these inmates' reentry needs. Though it does lie within Oklahoma City boundaries, we both know the responsibility of these inmates and the individuals they attract will be on the shoulders of the Mid-Del police departments and social services agencies, and it cannot be allowed. Oklahoma City has had over 50 years of time to get their correction systems and rehabilitation programs in order within their city limits. We do not have the infrastructure that this jail will need to support these inmates as they are released, even with a hub. Being burdened with this jail location will harm our city revitalization efforts east of Oklahoma City that so many that you've heard today have labored to accomplish. An effort that is not being respected for at least half of the sites that were publicly listed on the news stations were in eastern Oklahoma County. We will not allow an additional line of demarcation to be created east of Oklahoma City so that we can continue, excuse my language, to be labeled as Midwest shitty and Del shitty, where those that be dump their unmentionables in order to keep this area more affluent, in order to keep the more affluent areas of the city social services free. We will not be treated as a second-class part of this county. We will not rest until this jail is at least 1 to 5 miles from a public or private school. We will not rest if this is near Midwest City or Del City. We will not stand as our children are being sacrificed for the sake of tourism and luxury housing in downtown Oklahoma City. Investing in our children's neighborhoods and safety will save more tax dollars than making sure our inmates have natural light. You can guarantee that if you're not considerate of these petitions, we will not be considering you with our votes. Children over inmates. Thank you for your time.
Mark Falk.
So I've been coming here for the last 3 years. I feel like we haven't made any progress. And in fact, this reminds me of the Hunger Games. You are pitting community against community, neighborhood against neighborhood, citizen against citizen, in a battle to see which one of you will harm, which neighborhood you will destroy, which school you will make undesirable, which park you will make uninhabitable. Which neighborhood gets the brunt of this? I'll tell you which neighborhoods don't get the brunt of this. The elite, wealthy, Northwest Oklahoma City area will not be harmed by this. You know what they get? You know why you don't have mass transit down in that area? because Oklahoma City, your other counterpart, has put the rapid transit system to go up Northwest Expressway to the most affluent neighborhoods in Oklahoma City. Whenever there is money to help communities, it goes to the communities that don't need help. Whenever there are programs that could lift up the east side, and I'm talking about this $50 million in ARPA funds, and let's talk about that for a minute. Okay, we know, I don't know if everyone knows here, but there's a pretty good chance that the DOJ is going to take this jail over. We have been working with them, the People's Council for Justice Reform, for the last 3 years. We don't know what the outcome of that investigation is, but it's serious enough that there were private executive session meetings at the last jail trust meeting. I would suggest that you are very careful about your decisions. You cannot spend ARPA funds on a mental health facility in any way connected to a jail. It is illegal. You will be sued for that. You cannot spend ARPA funds to build a mental health facility that is run by a jail trust or oversight by a jail administration. You will be sued if you do that. And I'm going to tell you one thing. There is only one location of all of these locations that it will actually improve the neighborhood. And that's downtown. Think about that. You're going to tear down an old jail, and if you spend your ARPA funds wisely and you first put this on pause, first build a mental health facility, or better yet, a number of small community-based mental health facilities and other programs that lift up these neighborhoods that are often ignored, then you won't need to build a bigger jail. This has been our mantra for years. Do the things to help the citizens who are struggling, to help the homeless, to help the people with mental health addictions, to help the people who have problems in 100 different ways and end up in that jail because they are either struggling or they are poor. Divert them to programs that help them, and then come back and build a smaller jail. Build it downtown because it's there. Build it downtown because it is right next to everything you need. The police department's across the street. The courthouse is right up the street from it. In Texas, there is a state law that every jail, county jail, must be built within 4 miles of core services, meaning the courthouse, meaning rehabilitation facilities, within 4 miles. All I can say is we stand not with one community here, but with all of the communities here. I have not seen one jail location in the affluent area of Oklahoma City. We stand with them, and we will continue to stand with them. And I am telling you, I applaud these people for getting up and speaking their mind. And I hope that no matter what happens here, they will continue to fight for the rights of these neighborhoods that have been ignored for decades.
Nanette Cummings.
Good morning, everyone. It's been a while since I've been down, but I just want to say one thing, and this is something that no one is talking about. Mark just hit a little on it, ARPA funds. You all know what the ARPA funds are about. They are for the people who have been standing up all morning long talking. They are the poverty. They are the people that look like me and the other brown people. Why aren't we doing what we should be doing with that ARPA money? And that is putting facilities in those areas. Dale City could use one. Midwest City could use one. The lower quarters of the east side. I live on the east side of I-35. As you get farther east, the roads are bad. If you go out to the county areas, which we pay your all's taxes, you know that. We are citizens. Those roads are terrible. If a crisis comes, yes, in my area, it is well taken care of. but in other areas, it is not. Put a mental health facility out there. These parents need help. These parents could use you all's ability to show them that you care. We vote you in, but do you ever think to talk to us about it? Do you ever seem to look at us and say, hey, what do you all suggest? I think you all should relook at ARPA funds. I think you should tell the general public about what ARPA funds are about. It is not about building that jail. It is not about putting a mental health facility in the jail. You're in there with four walls. What do you think that's going to do to those people who are suffering? Nothing but make them worse. Let's do something better. Let's think about what we are doing. Let's put our money to use. You're using my tax dollars. I'm paying for it. Let me see you do something good with it. Thank you.
Alfred Nichols. Alfred Nichols.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing me. I don't have anything profound to say. I live in Spencer, but 29 years of my life was spent in Crooked Oak and Dale City. So part of my heart is in those two areas. I was at Crooked Oak for 20 years. I worked with kids for 20 years. I was at Middale for 9 years, and I retired from administration. My interest in this whole thing is, why would you do this? Why would you do this? This state is pretty large. This county is pretty large. But why that one area? I know enough to know that if you build this jail in the area you're talking about, Hamilton Courts was there. It did survive. I dealt with Hamilton Courts. This will destroy the Middale area. I don't know if you've given that a lot of thought, but economically and safety-wise, there are a lot of good people that live there. Now, and I know you've considered it, you probably already made up your mind what you're going to do, but I'm saying to you, I hope you do what is just and right. And what is just and right is don't build that jail where you located it to be. It's the wrong place to put it. I can tell you that much from the experience that I've had in the Middale and the Crooked Oaks area. So please don't build that jail there. And it's in your hands. Thank you for your time.
Frank Wiley. Frank Wiley.
I have pastored a church in Dell City for 53 years. I've seen it up and down. I visit the prisons, and there is people trying to get better, but there is also some very mean people in there. When you pick up somebody that's just committed a murder and you take them to the Oklahoma City jail, you'll be taking them to the Dell City area. So there will be some difficulties there. I pray that you'll think about our kids. I pray you'll think about our community, which is trying so hard to do better. I appreciate the work that y'all's doing, but I hope you would go back to the drawing board and find another place. Dell City is making great strides to do better. Our church feeds the community constantly. You can come and get food any day you want to at our church. And we're glad to do that, but you'd be surprised how many people come. So we do not need another problem. We really don't. Please help us and help our children. Thank you.
Walter Jacks.
Good morning, Commissioners. Last week, I provided some maps with 1 mile radii around the proposed locations. At the time, there were 4 or 5 of them. And you saw on the one map at the 1901 East Grand location, exactly what everybody's talking about, with about 1,000 houses within a 1 mile radius of that proposed location. I want to talk about the Oklahoma City side this time. It hasn't gotten a lot of pushback from Oklahoma City, although that location is in local Oklahoma City. Like Ms. Wiggs talked about earlier, I want to press on the issue of homeless traffic on Southeast Grand that exists already. I don't know where those people are going to or from, excuse me, but that is obviously a quarter for homeless. Twice in the last 6 months, and I drive that section of Grand a lot between I-35 and Reno. So I cross Eastern, 29th, 50th, and up to Reno. And between Eastern and 29th, twice in the last 6 months, I have come across shopping carts that have been abandoned on the South Grand Trail. And those are pretty obviously vehicles used by homeless people who take them with all their worldly possessions, get them as far as they can before having to abandon the shopping carts. There are a lot of forested areas around there. So I can tell you, and I've seen firsthand, people actively moving their possessions on bicycles down that trail. I have never once seen a police car patrolling that area of Grand, not once. But I have seen indigent people hand over fist. And that's a shame, because just last night in Nikki Nice's Ward 7 council meeting, or not a council meeting, an open house in her Ward 7 of Oklahoma City, there were planners from Oklahoma City who were boasting on the wonderful Grand Trail that the city has worked decades to make a reality. Southeast Grand is a part of that brilliant piece of bicycle transportation in Oklahoma City. We want to see people not only recreating, but using that Grand Trail as a real transportation solution in Oklahoma City. And it can be that, but it needs to be safe. And people riding bicycles for recreation along that trail, I can see being possible victims of somebody who needs quick transportation. I hate to be negative about it, but that is a very real possibility. And I'm here to tell you there is homeless traffic, like Ms. Wiggs said, along that South Grand Trail right now. Thank you for your time and appreciate your consideration.
Jason Baffrey.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I am the immediate past chair of the Del City Chamber of Commerce. Heard a lot of talk about economic development, and I understand that our friends at the Oklahoma City Chamber have been trying to tell us that this is a good thing for Del City. This is going to help our economic development. Well, I work in the industry of economic development. I'm aware of a number of the sites around Oklahoma City and Oklahoma County and what's available. And never once have I heard of a positive economic development project being considered for this specific site. Not once. But yet, when we have something that looks to be a very big detriment to our community, the chamber, the mayor, and apparently many of the commissioners for the county are very much interested in this site. And I'm curious to know why other sites that might be more appropriate. There's a number of industrial sites available that aren't next to neighborhoods, that aren't next to schools. One of those is located on the south side of 240 that's being developed right now. I'm not saying that's the perfect place, but why are those sites not being considered? Why would you think that putting this next to a residential neighborhood within walking distance of my child's school, my church, why is that okay, but it wouldn't be okay going next to a manufacturing facility that's separated from residential areas? I want to know why those things haven't been considered. In the presentation this morning, I heard a lot of talk about the benefits of a new jail, the green space, the sunlight through the windows, how comfortable it's going to be for the people that are held there, working with their behavior. I didn't hear anything about safety. I didn't hear anything about keeping the prisoners inside the jail. There's a reason all of these people from the community are here, and they're concerned about safety. And it's because the current facility has a decades-long record of escapees and other problems that affect the community now. We cannot take a chance on there being one escape that puts an illegal offender of any kind into our neighborhood or into one of our schools. It just cannot happen. I'm so thankful for Dr. Hill. He and I both also serve on a board for a nonprofit organization in Del City that works with kids and families that have experienced trauma. Right now, we have a waiting list of kids that have experienced trauma because they don't have a home. They may have abusive parents. They've been involved in a shooting that happened not within the school system, but affected our schools. That's a problem. We don't need additional trauma and additional students on that list that we can't accommodate right now because there's a jail and there's the potential of offenders, sexual, violent, whatever it may be, getting access to the neighborhoods. There has to be a better solution. And I know, being involved in economic development, I've been frustrated by the NIMBY people. I'm all for positive economic development, but we are 7.5 square miles in Del City. We can't grow. We have nowhere to go. Oklahoma City surrounds us, and we have Midwest City on the other side. There is no place for us to go. We have worked very diligently in the Chamber of Commerce over the last year to try to improve things. We work very well with the city. We are trying to make positive effects in our city, in our community, for business, for economic development, and for the residents of the city. You don't hear about that from our friends from the media. You hear about the violence that happens in our community. They don't talk about the churches that spend an entire day handing out food to the residents and other people in the community. They don't talk about the church that feeds the community on a daily basis. We don't get the positive exposure. We get the negative exposure. And that's one of the reasons that I feel that this site is being considered. I would just ask you to please go back to the drawing board of considering sites, go back to the chamber, go back to the mayor, and say, we cannot put this next to a residential area. Let's at least consider some of the other active sites that we know that we have available where we can build. I understand you don't want to build up in this community or in the downtown area. It makes sense. I get it. But let's find a better location that's not next to a residence. Please. Thank you.
Joshua Schultz. Joshua Schultz. There.
I serve as the executive director of the Del City Chamber of Commerce, and Jason was my previous past president. What I will say is I do appreciate the communication from Commissioner Mon, Commissioner Davidson, Commissioner Bloomer, who had to step out. She came to our legislative luncheon, and I know she's been in communication with me and the mayor and several of our other members of our city and community. And so I do thank you for that. One thing I will say, and I will address the commission when I say this, when I heard about the jail being more inviting, as someone whose father is in prison and who was in county jail, I don't care if it was the Taj Mahal. It does not take away the fact that I have to walk into a jail to visit my dad. So just keep that into consideration, that the people that go in there aren't invited unless you're going on a tour with the county sheriff. You go there because you either got arrested and have to go there because you committed a crime, or because your family member's there or you work there. No one wants to go to the county jail. They have to go to the county jail. So let's just keep that in mind, and the language that we use, like the commissioner said about people that are in jail and being more and remembering humanity. Remember that the people that go there don't want to be there. We talk a lot about economic development. And it's been mentioned, whether by city staff, whether by members of our community, people from the chamber. Del City is doing its best to come from the May 1999 tornado, from the incidents that have happened over the past several years. One of our biggest things that we were able to do last year is we have a new electrical company who does the projects for Canoe, who is in Oklahoma City, building their headquarters and their shop and centralizing their location in Del City, right down the street from where this jail is going to be. And they're concerned. They're moving out of Oklahoma City to come to Del City for whatever reason. I'm not going to speak to that matter, but they want to come to Del City, and they're going to put a jail right there. That's concerning for us citizens. We want to know, why is that going there? Many people have brought up the reasons that Oklahoma City doesn't want it off of 10th Street because of the racial connotations that could be addressed to that area. That's the same racial connotations that Dr. Hill brought up that are going to happen right there in Del City. Those kids are majority minority, African American, Hispanic, Asian. I don't want to see that jail where my kids are going to end up going to school. I live in that community. I wouldn't want to see it 2 miles away from the high school I graduated from, 2 miles away from where I work. That's a concern for me, and I get it. You're trying to make the jail look nice, and you're trying to make it better for the inmates. You're trying to make it better for the people who have the business, and I do appreciate that concept. But that is not a good reason to put a jail near a community, near a residential area, and near kids who have to go to school. These kids don't get on buses to go to school. They walk. That school is in their neighborhood. They walk to school. And I get it. 1991, we built the jail because we needed a better one. That didn't really work out. And they kicked out the county sheriff because they couldn't stop the people from breaking out, and they couldn't keep control. And they put in a jail trust, and it's gotten worse. Now I get it. I hope that they build a better jail, that we don't have to worry about that. But one day, whether it's the day after the jail's built and everybody goes in there, or in 20 and 30 years, somebody will break out. They always do. Somebody will. And where do they go? And that's a concern for our community. I do appreciate Commissioner Davidson, Commissioner Mullen, Commissioner Bloomer. You're listening to us. You've communicated with us. I know Commissioner Davidson and Commissioner Mullen this past weekend took their time to talk to me at an event that had nothing to do with this situation, and I do appreciate that. And I do appreciate you guys listening to our community. But listen to us. We're concerned. And frankly, some people are scared. I get the connotations of a jail, and I get that sometimes maybe we should look at the humanity. But at the end of the day, it's still a jail. Thank you for your time.
Diane McDaniel.
Well, I'm back. Thank you all for listening. I am concerned, and I appreciate your words about the inmates, because I remember a scripture in the Bible. Here by the grace of God go I. It could have been me, okay? And I thank you for that sentiment. I'm glad you all took Northeast Oklahoma City, JFK neighborhood, off the list. But have you all ever thought about getting all of the community members, or the stakeholders, as you all call them, involved in finding a location that would suit the residents, the inmates? Because we're a community. And why haven't you all selected or asked the neighborhoods about where would you consider? I've been driving down Martin Luther King, it used to be called Eastern, going to Tinker Air Force Base. There's some land at Southeast 29th near a fire station, and I think down the street is the city pound. There's an industry is on either side. Grand. That's grand. They don't want it over there. Well, why don't you get with some of the neighbors that are over there and ask them? I mean, we drive the city. Maybe you all don't drive the city because you all are working. But find a suitable solution to the problem, so we won't have to be coming down here every week discussing the same dadgum thing. I think there's enough people here, right? You all would help, wouldn't you? Everybody that's willing to help, raise your hand. All right. So you've got people willing to help you find a suitable place to place the jail. So why don't you all come up with that kind of solution? It takes all of us to make a community better. And I do want to thank you again for your vote for no for Northeast Oklahoma City. But let us help you find something that's suitable for everybody. And I thank you.
Larry Hopper.
I love that lady's imagination. There really are other sites that you could consider that probably are valid, and lots beyond that that would also make sense. And no, Townley Dairy is not one of those sites, okay? So you know, if you think about it, Bryant Avenue in Dell City has 10 local streets between 15th and 29th, 10 places of entry for the neighborhood, 10 places of entry for past and potentially future criminals. Let's put this someplace else, okay? The Dell City area doesn't need another albatross to have to try to deal with. They've dealt with some, but this one's the 100-pound weight, not the 10-pound weight. So, you know, some other places to put it, aside from this interesting idea of Trosper Park, maybe Trosper Park only needs to be a 9-hole golf course, okay? How many folks in here golf regularly? Not too many. And who plays golf? Tends to be folks with a little more money. Yeah, you could have a 9-hole Trosper and have plenty of room to build it there. That's still not good. Better is for Oklahoma City not to look at its golf course, but to look at I-240 in Bryant, like I mentioned last time. 640 acres, and what's needed is 40. And sure, they probably like this shiny new industrial park and industrial warehousing area to you know, be a fresh area where potential, you know, developers don't have to look at a jail. But, you know, that jail can be hidden in there someplace. Fits very well, great highway access, very convenient. A second one that I mentioned last week is another piece of land by county property, by city property. The city has a place where it maintains its garbage trucks, a lot of other facilities at 15th and Portland, okay? There's about a 30 or 40 acre tract under one ownership. Part of it's on the north side of 15th, but who knows, maybe these incarcerated individuals need a bike trail they can look out on. But there's also a big tract that really is south of 15th. Maybe that's a good place too. Prices may be high. Or the prospect of a 2-location jail and mental health facility. Oklahoma City owns a lot of land adjacent to the existing county jail. City-owned property just to the south and a little bit more to the south, all within the same block. And between that land and the parking lots, you'd have room to build a smaller jail, perhaps for what, as a layman, I'd call the most intensive criminals or people who need to be at the downtown courthouse. A smaller jail of 150 beds or whatever, folks who probably aren't going to need mental health assistance because you know their situation. So you build a smaller jail there even while you operate the big jail. And maybe there is an outlying jail next to the Trosper Park 9-hole golf course, or I-240 in Bryant, or it's on Southwest 15th by Portland, or any number of other places that you don't really need a computer to figure out. You just need good minds thinking about it. So, you know, I'll just kind of close by saying, regardless of where you put it, and I'm an urban planner by training, great site layout, great planning can do a lot for making a site work in terms of fencing, barriers on the outside, the lighting, etc. But also, it's not just about capital things, it's about the policies. I would suggest that no person released from the jail should be released any place other than the downtown police station. That the county and the city prepare to transport people from wherever to the downtown police station and release them there, where there are a lot of services, transit, etc. available, and not be releasing them next to Dell City. So the jail, put it by the garbage trucks and not by the great good people of Dell City. Thank you.
I'm going to see if I get this name right. Is it Jason Dowd? Did I get it wrong?
You did, but it's okay.
Okay, how do you pronounce it?
Yashadam.
Okay, way
It's
off.
a Jewish name.
Sorry about that.
Okay. I just heard about this. My name is Yashadam. I had grandkids at Christian Heritage, and then now I have some at Dell City Christian, Destiny Christian. They changed the name. So I just heard about this meeting, and we were told to come out and support. And I'm taking notes as I'm standing there, and I'm hearing the number 1,200 feet. Like 1,200 feet. When I was young, about the age of a lot of the prisoners, I had to run, I was military. I had to run 1.5 miles. And I did 1.5 miles. And that's well over 1,200 feet. So I'm sure they could make it 1,200 feet. Then you add in determination and desperation. Yeah, they can make it past 1,200 feet. And and then I heard a lot of talk about the money. Well, we're concerned about property value. That the property value will automatically go down in the area. And we need to consider how many schools are in that 1.5 miles that I used to have to run radius. Another question I had was, isn't prison a private business? That's what I've always heard. And I heard comments about it being inviting. I said it didn't seem like appearance is the problem. The problem is the people in there getting out. It's the safety. Then I made a comment. I'm still on this 1,200 foot thing. Aren't people running 400 feet track and field? And you have people, 1,200 feet just sounds, it doesn't make sense. Okay, I don't hear anything of offering extra security to these schools. I had a question about that ARPA money. Lady in the back told us what that was. It's for mental health facilities. So now I get it. It's one of those things where they're building one thing, and to get funds that belong somewhere else, they'll just stick that in there. We've been down that road a lot of times. Okay, here's then I heard the person stand up from the stockyard, and he sounds frustrated, and I understand that. But he said something about 130 families. We're talking just one community have about 1,500 to 2,000 houses in that one community. And I used to write the neighborhood newsletter for 7 of those communities. We're talking a whole lot more than 130 families. He said something about 8 businesses. It's tons of businesses in the area that's also affected by this. Here's something that we haven't mentioned. In our areas where they do all the oil drilling and where we have all the earthquakes, so we have all the property damage already, and we're trying to salvage what we have, and now you're wanting to bring it down even more with the jail facility. And then someone made a statement about the schools being there and then the jail coming. The private school that my grandkids went to, it's been there for 50 years already. And they keep building and adding and improving the area. And then you turn around and want to put a jail about 1 mile down the street. That's it.
Lori Hamill.
Hi, my name is Lori Hamill. I am the principal of Destiny Christian School, and my life has centered around Del City, Oklahoma, since I was in elementary school. I've seen some of the areas that have gotten run down, who've not been taken care of, and I've watched as others have come in and tried to bring improvements. And when I listen to everything that's been talked about today and discussed, honestly, it really shocks me that we're still having a conversation about the possibility of a jail going in the close proximity to schools and children and homes that it is. One thing I haven't heard mentioned today is the fact that the city of Oklahoma City by land mass is the largest or one of the largest in the entire nation. So really, we've got Oklahoma City, an amazing place. I love living in Oklahoma. We've got Oklahoma City with the largest amount of land of just about any place in the country, if not any place. But we can't find a safe place to build our new jail that's not near a bunch of schools and children. I mean, that defies logic. How can we even keep thinking this? And then you add to it the piece of land that you're considering putting this jail on is one of the most expensive, if not the expensive. I think it is the most expensive piece of land. So we're going to go spend the most money to put it in the most dangerous spot possible and call it good? Come on, use your common sense. I sit in front of high school students and say, let's learn how to do things better. Let's handle things in a way that brings good resolution and peace. And then this is the example. Let's build a jail right next to where a bunch of kids are and call it good. This shouldn't even be something we're discussing or considering.
Chris Nissen.
Thank you so much. My name is Chris Neeson. I was born and raised in Del City. I graduated from Del City, and I've spent the last 15 years of my life investing back in the community of Del City. And I believe in that community. I have seen it change drastically over the last 30 years and am excited about the economic development the city is putting in. I believe this will be detrimental to that. I'm not going to go over many of the things that we've already hit multiple times today, but there are a couple things I've not heard mentioned much. As Ms. Hamill just mentioned, this is the most expensive property, or next to it. I've heard multiple people today say, you know, let's not do this for a cheap piece of land. This piece of land is over $4 million when there are multiple other pieces that are 1.5. It's not slightly higher, it's more than double. So for us to look at that and say, yeah, that's a great decision. That's a horrible decision to be physically responsible, financially responsible for taxpayers' dollars. Let's spend 3 and 4 times as much is not responsible in any form. And on top of that, we've not really addressed any of the facts that where it's located currently has 30 years of infrastructure built around it. The Del City community does not have infrastructure to help that. I understand it is not built in Del City, but it is right on the line. And we already deal with enough where shootings happen in Oklahoma City, and it's reported, Del City shooting. No, it's not. It's 2-3 miles outside of Del City, but it sure gets blamed on Del City every time. So we're going to put a jail right there so that every time something bad happens, it's going to be blamed right back on the city that is currently actively fighting a reputation that it has done well to improve over the last 30 years. Thank you for your time.
Are there any other citizens who wish to be heard? That's the last one I had a statement for.
Mr. Chairman, may I have one more moment? Okay. Passions are running high in this room today, and for good reason. I mean, I'm passionate about this, and I think everyone else is. Commissioner Blumen, I want to personally apologize for my comment earlier about evil people being in the county jail. My brother stumbled. He was in the county jail. And I imagine most people in here have probably experienced the same situation. There may be people in here today that have been in the county jail, and I would imagine probably some politicians will be there soon. But regardless, I didn't mean to infer that everyone in the county jail was evil. There are some evil people out there. I think Timothy McVeigh himself was taken to the Oklahoma County Jail, and there's very few people
in history more evil than that man. But I just wanted to say we don't want the jail near us. Please take that into consideration, and please accept my apology.
Okay. No other citizens to be heard. We still have our agenda to go, so we wanted to be courteous to your time before we went on with our business. So item 10, District 1.
Item 10 is to allow us to hang flyers for the upcoming warrant clearing event. This is our 4th event that the county has hosted, to allow for folks who have an outstanding warrant to come get their warrant kind of reset and cleared, set their court date, get on a payment plan. They're very, very successful events. I know we've helped, I think over 700 people have come and gotten their warrant cleared and avoided jail. So this is just to allow us to hang some flyers in the courthouse, the annex, and the juvenile center.
Is that a motion?
I will move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, LaDonna.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate you guys. Yes, today I'm excited to be here to honor Lisa Hamlin. Just to let you guys know a little bit about Lisa. She actually in May will be here for 35 years working in Oklahoma County Extension. So that's a long time. And she's been doing for the co-parenting through resilience classes, working with your Oklahoma County judges for 27 years. So she's dedicated many of her hours servicing residents here in Oklahoma County. So I'd like to read a resolution for her today. That's good. Resolution in recognition of Lisa Hamlin, Oklahoma County Family and Consumer Sciences Educator, OSU Cooperative Extension Service. Whereas Lisa Hamlin, the Family and Consumer Science Educator for Oklahoma County, was awarded the Oklahoma State University Cooperative Extension Service Excellence in Diversity and Outreach Award. And whereas Lisa received the award for the National Fatherhood Initiative's Inside Out Dad Program. And whereas Lisa has been teaching this 12-week program since November of 2022 at the Federal Transferred Center Prison here in Oklahoma City and has completed 3 cohorts. And whereas the fathers learned better communication and problem-solving skills, so their phone conversations and visits with their kids were more meaningful. And whereas some of the fathers stated that positive impact the program has had on their lives. One father expressed, the program allowed me to begin healing and inspired me to begin repairing the relationships I have broken. I will forever be grateful and changed by the time in this group that Ms. Hamlin has provided. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Oklahoma County do hereby convey this resolution to commend Lisa Hamlin for her award and dedication to the people of Oklahoma County.
Thank you. I'll move
Motion
the
to
item.
approve. Yep.
Do you have any, you don't have to speak, but do you have anything you'd like to say?
Sure. It was a big honor to receive this award from OSU, reaching fathers who really need help, who will eventually be our neighbors, and they're going to be dads again. And so it's really important that we continue that effort, and we'll be starting another 12-week program with dads next month.
Wonderful.
Thank you for your work.
Yes.
I'm sorry for your delay. Are you wanting a photo of LaDonna?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you guys get up and.
Ready?
Sorry.
I'm gonna blame somebody for not telling me this is going on.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item 12, about the county free fair. LaDonna, you want to speak about that?
I think the agenda item pretty much explains what's going on, if that's okay.
This is just Tyler Messer actually becoming a appointee to the board, correct?
And Joshua.
Yes, these were two that
Nowakowski.
we didn't
Okay.
have anybody that filed for these two districts. So the Free Fair Board Association made recommendations.
I'll move approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Similar for item 13.
Yeah.
Jennifer.
This is Kenneth Payne.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Oh, yeah, it's Kenneth replaced Jennifer. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, the same.
And then James Langston.
Yep.
Okay, you move the item.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Monroe.
Yes, for those of you who did not know Michael Stevenson, he was a dedicated and valuable member of the facility management team and worked nights and weekends. For those who did know him, his family has asked me to make certain that his funeral arrangements are made public and available. His funeral will be held Saturday, January 27th at 5 p.m. at the Sam Noble Museum in Norman. If you need directions, please contact me at the facility management office.
Thank you, sir. I'm very sorry to hear about this.
Nice guy. Okay, item 16.
Item 16 has to do with the agreement between SRB and the Board of County Commissioners as it relates to the HVAC necessary repairs and upgrades at the county jail. This was previously passed with funds from ARPA Fund 1415, and it's been decided that it should be capital 2010 from the commissioner's capital line item. So subject to budget board approval, would you please replace the ARPA funds and use the capital funds for that contract in the amount of $70,000.
I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. We're still using ARPA funds, but we're moving them into a capital fund account?
No.
No.
We are replacing the ARPA funds
Okay.
that were encumbered with the commissioner's capital funds
Okay.
in the amount of $70,000.
Okay.
That's our account that we usually get 300,000.
Okay.
Or so.
And I want to move approval on 16, but my I'm still on 15. We're not going to take any action on 15. So I'll move approval of item 16.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We've done 17 and 18. And are our employees still here? Okay, Ms. Kent.
Thank you for waiting.
Good morning. We have our January of 2024 Employee of the Month being recognized today. I would like to introduce you to Brad Hermes. If you'll come step up here with me, please. Brad is our safety person for the county right now. I'm going to go ahead and read what I wrote about him. It is with great pleasure and pride for all of my employees that I have nominated Brad Hermes, the Workers' Compensation Safety Coordinator for Oklahoma County employees. Brad returned to employment with Oklahoma County in January of 2023. In this time, our department has faced many challenges with staffing, worker injuries training, finding many aspects of our safety department that needed to be updated, relationships rebuilt, and moving towards a safety-first attitude with direction for all the Oklahoma County offices and departments. He brings professionalism to the position, knowledge, and trust. If you have a question for Brad concerning anything to do with safety, you can be assured you're getting to get an in-depth answer returned to us. And you may not like his answer sometimes, but you should feel comfortable knowing it's the correct information. He is a team player for our department as well as other offices and departments, and I would like to have him as Employee of the Month.
Good. You want to go ahead and do the other one before we come down?
We only have one today.
Oh, okay. I thought for the Employee of the Year, we're not going to do.
No, because P&G hasn't picked an Employee of the Year for 2023 yet.
All righty.
Then I'll move approval of item 19.
Oh, you want me in a second, so you don't have to change the computer. We can.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, P&G.
Okay, number 19 is the subrecipient agreement with Health Alliance for the uninsured.
I'll just clarify, it's number 20, but I'll move
Oh,
approval.
excuse me, number 20, yes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Number 21 is the subrecipient agreement for the First Americans Museum Foundation.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Number 22 is the ARPA project number 10129, the PBA camera system, in the amount not to exceed $20,923.74.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item number 23 is the ARPA project number 10064, the Emergency Operations Center, in the amount not to exceed $72,000.
Is this for Mr.
Barnes.
Is this for the out at the Kraus location?
Yes.
Okay. Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say
Aye.
Item number 24 is the PBA ARPA subrecipient agreement. The amount is an increase to $92,923.74. This is for the camera system.
I'll move it.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item number 25 is to put back from the COVID medical claims projects in 1415, $3,045,276.99. This was with the concurrence of Mr. Wilkerson.
I'll move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And number 26 is the ARPA subrecipient agreement with the New Day Recovery Youth and Family Services.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner comments, District 1.
Yeah, before we go into executive session, I do want to just point out that my preferred site right now for where we build the new jail is Southwest 74th and Rockwell, which I think there was a little confusion and miscommunication as to why it wasn't on here today. But I do want to just make that intention known that is my preference of what site we go with. But it's not on here today, so we're not able to discuss it. But that is my preference right now. So just wanted to say that before we do executive session. And I'm very happy that you mentioned Mr. Ravitz. For those of you in here who have known him or worked with him, everyone who has worked with him just called him boss because he just was so well respected. And it just, I still can't, I mean, it's only been one day, but I still can't believe that I can't go talk to him. So we're thinking about his family and especially his wife and his daughters and his granddaughters. So sad day for Oklahoma County.
He was, Mr. Ravitz was a giant in the legal community here in just the state of Oklahoma. He's been here since 1987. Great man. He's going to be missed. I would tell you, Bob was relentless when he wanted something, so much so that Mr. Ravitz actually would routinely follow me into the restroom to discuss whatever his newest and best plan or idea was. He was a great man and will be missed for sure. So
I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that it was really his idea for Shine, and he had seen a program in Nevada, and maybe of all the big things he did, that might be amongst the biggest, and it wouldn't have been here without him. And there was we found the video of him last night talking about it, and it's posted to the Shine page. You should go watch it for anybody who wants to see it. It's nice to hear him, and he was enthusiastic about all the benefits it was going to provide to the community. So again, our condolences to the Ravitz family and to the employees of the Public Defender's Office, who, as Commissioner Blumert said, they all feel like they've lost a friend. Any new business? Is there a motion to recess into executive session?
I'll move we recess.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We do?
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry that they waited.
Okay.
All right, is there a motion to return to regular session?
I'll move we return.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have made contact with Oklahoma City, and there are questions regarding zoning and stuff on multiple sites that we need to know answers to before knowing how to proceed. And they have said that they are willing to be available to meet one of the commissioners, since only one of us can go at a time. So Commissioner Davidson has been chosen to go represent us at the meeting and get the answers for us and then report back. So we are looking to recess this meeting until 4 p.m. so that we can be better informed with maybe some information that we can get today. Maybe not. We're going to try to get some answers today. Is there any other comments? Apologize to the public. I know this is a long, tedious process. We're trying to do every bit of due diligence that we can. And I think that the time you see us putting into this is indicative of how serious we're taking this. Is there a motion to recess until 4 p.m.?
I'll move we recess until 4 o'clock today.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are you not staying for PBA? Yes. Okay. Are you all in? Okay, I'll call the public building meeting together. It's all three trustees are present. It was properly posted on January 23rd. Is there approval of the minutes for January 17th?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to approve the claims?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item 3. Mr. Monroe.
Items 3 through 7 are appropriations for the months January, February, and March for the various PBA properties. Item 3 is to appropriate $60,000 to Lincoln, salary and benefits $30,000, M&O $30,000, and zero capital.
Motion to appropriate funds.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item 4 is the same appropriation for Metro parking, salary and benefits of $64,000, M&O $35,000, capital of $15,000.
We can do item 5 and 6 and 7 all together.
These are all just cash fund appropriations into various PBA accounts and Metro parking accounts. Okay. I'll move approval of items 4, 5, 6, and 7.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
8 and 9 are the reports of fees.
I'll move to receive 8 and 9.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item 10 is the independent auditors reports for the PBA by DWG.
Motion to receive.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
item 11 is 3 new parking spots.
Motion to approve.
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item 12 is an agenda item where we have a little bit of a show and tell. It has to do with the exterior of the ICB building as designed and presented by Miller Architects. And we have Mike Mays here with a brief discussion about what we're trying to do.
Great, thank you, commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Mays. I'm an architect with Miller Architects, managing principal. I'd like to take you quickly through the Investors Capital Building exterior envelope presentation. So first, what we started with was kind of looking at the history of the building. What you see here is an old photograph when it was being built, early 1900s. It kind of informs us what we know about the existing structure.
You said in early 1900s. Do you know exactly what year?
1908
Okay.
is what that photograph says. And then you see here I don't know the exact date on this photograph. This is soon after it was completed, around 1909, 1910, somewhere in there. You see many different things and that will play into our design of the building. The concrete frame, the window pattern, there are large openings at the base of the building. There's this horizontal band at the first level that you see as a cast stone piece. There's a portico element. This just had a laser, but which are basically the entry. It's 2 columns with a little lintel on top of it. There's brick column insets on each side of the building, and then there's a corbelline detail, which means the brick is set back towards the top. You can see it at the top of the building between the pair of windows. So there's some really nice details on this building, including the cornice, which is the very top of the building, which is the projection. Some people call that an awning. So what we ended up doing is taking a look through the history and changes of the building. This photograph, probably in the 50s sometimes, we're dating it just because of the vehicles and such. You can see that some of the infill has begun around the first level. The windows are a lot more open. Some of the historic detailing, particularly the portico on the east entry, has been removed at this point. And then in the 60s, somebody came through and thought it would be a good idea to clad this in travertine and perforated screens. And that sort of brings us to today with the perforated screens removed. The way they attached those screens were quite damaging. Plaster repairs, drilling through the brick. It causes a lot of moisture trapping between the 2 panels. And so we've been really looking at how is this, what can we salvage of this building? So we removed materials. We've looked at chemical testing. The coating is actually cementitious coating. It's not a paint. So any removal of that coating would damage the brick, damage the mortar, and do damage to whatever historic remnants are existing. And so basically our conclusion is the damage is such that it'd be technically infeasible to restore the facade to any semblance of its historic nature. And but what we are doing is taking cues from the history, and that's what you're getting ready to see. So we think that portions of the brick might be able to be salvaged, and you'll see how we're thinking about doing that. So here's the concept, and it's a 21st century facade, and it pays homage to the history of the building. So this is the north elevation as it abuts the annex that we're in currently. What you're seeing is that the base of the building matches the large historic openings and the horizontal band at the first floor that was present. So you can see that in terms of that black band. And it's kind of unusual having a building that floats up above a bit the sidewalk. And so that's also something that we're talking about in terms of protection of the inhabitants of the building. That is a barrier or a buffer, if you will, to be able to do that. So opening those up we think is critical. The vertical glass joints you'll see that are subtly drawn as black lines on this, those actually trace the historic punched openings, span 2 floors instead. And so you see we're a 5-story building. This is 3 large openings of glass, and so that glass actually spans across one of the floor plates. And what we're doing there is we're going to show the historic floor plate and light that at night. And so there's this sort of layering, if you will, of a historic facade and a historic, or excuse me, a 21st century facade and a historic building beyond it. The top of the fifth floor is a linear band of corbelling on the brick, and so that again pays a nod to the punched openings that had corbelling before. And then the cornice that was taken off the building, maybe in the 60s when they applied the travertine. Instead of trying to recreate that, what we've done is we've set that back and made that a negative rather than a positive form. And again, just taking our cues from the historic building. The current brick infill does provide lateral bracing. So the V shape or the chevron shape columns that you see behind the glass are actually doing lateral bracing for the new structure itself. And we're taking that contextual cue from Devon Tower, which took its contextual cue from First National. And so there's some context that informs that particular form. As we move around to the corner, again, something similar in terms of the approach. This is the east facade. There needs to be a new fire stair inserted in the building. Right now it's got one stair, it needs two. So the glass connector that you see kind of a third point to the left of the image is where that new stair is going to be. Serves as a counterpoint to kind of break up the facade and emphasizes that something new is here. And then we would maintain the existing east entry. We'd have a cantilevered awning over that is reminiscent of the portico that was removed of the historic building. Okay, is it at night? Part of one of our thoughts is if we are able to salvage enough historic brick that we would line the interior of the stair with that historic brick. And so at night you would be able to see, and during the day to some extent, some of that historic brick to be able to try to bring some of that material, if you will. And then we have two concepts on the south elevation. If we're able to salvage enough cast stone and repurpose that, one of the concepts is option one, is to make a historic vignette, essentially. Place the salvage brick and cast stone in their historic locations and then take the modern facade and basically weave or embrace that historic facade with that. And so that is one option. And then another option is to consolidate that brick and make that the transition point from the annex to the new historic building. I think from our perspective, from the DA's perspective, from those of the county that we've met with, this is their preference. It brings in more natural light. The conference rooms are on this side. It overlooks the courtyard. It overlooks the Devon Rotunda, the library. There's a bit more civic engagement on this particular front. So with that, I am happy to take any questions, but that concludes the presentation.
Okay, do it like the optometrist. Do 1, 2, and 3.
Sure.
Show us the options just real quick, succession.
So there's 1, and there's 2. 1, 2.
I do feel like I'm at the optometrist. You sound like my optometrist.
Wonderful.
I happen to prefer 2. I think it looks cleaner. I think it is just a bit of a more modern look. I like trying to keep some of the original brick in the design, but I like option 2.
I was going to say that option 1 may present a maintenance problem. The brick that you see would have to be treated for waterproofing. We would have to waterproof it periodically. So in my mind, if it matters, this is a better option.
Okay.
That's every 10 years, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Don't we have to do that every 10 years to treat the brick?
I
Because
think
once
that
we break
depends on
the
the product.
glazing, yeah.
That depends on the product and depends on the brick and mortar.
Okay.
Preference?
I like 2.
Yeah, so do I.
Oh,
If only a jail was that easy.
There we go.
Okay.
we need a motion from this body so we can move forward using this design.
Okay, I'll move that we accept option number 2. I don't know if it has a name other than option number 2
South
from our
facade.
architect.
That's the south facade.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm so
you.
sorry for your length of time you had to wait.
This is for the warrant clearing event, just to allow them to do their.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
This
so
is, we have the insurance verification on file.
motion to approve, and if you'll submit the insurance to the clerk, I would appreciate it.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Items 14, 15, and 16 are companion items that you saw on the BOCC agendas with regards to ARPA projects and change orders. Item 14 is for the PBA camera system.
Keep going. Let's
Move,
just take all 14, 15,
yeah, go
and
ahead.
14,
17 at
15,
once.
16, yeah.
Okay, is there a second?
For all 3 items?
Yes.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any citizens wishing to be heard here? Board comments? I will point out it has just been announced that the funeral services for Public Defender Bob Ravitz will be held January 30th at 10:30 a.m. at Crossings on Portland. And the family is asked in lieu of flowers, donations can be sent to Team, a cause close to his heart. Okay, any new business? Any other board comments? If not, a motion to adjourn.
I'll move we adjourn.
I thought you made the motion. Either way.
Either way, all in favor say aye.
Aye.